Yeah, we started it. Nelly, do you want to help out with anything like session value tracking, master document updating, session verification spreadsheet?
Yeah, I'll help you with session value tracking.
Okay, yeah, Jorge, you want to do timekeeping and video indexing. You also want to do session value tracking?
Yeah, no problem.
But Nelly, are you here?
I see a picture.
No, Nelly. Can you hear me? Nope. All right, well, we'll get Nelly afterwards. So let's start checking in for our main Andromeda session for Thursday, June 15th. Who wants to check in first?
We can't be out. We just see what we can do to fix it.
Yeah. Well, I'll start checking in. I'm doing okay. Probably like a 6 today, and just looking forward somewhat to getting through today, which would be good. But there is a lot to do. I'm a little overwhelmed, but overall I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
We're making progress. Heck.
Okay, I guess I can check in. I'm feeling pretty good myself. It's been a pretty good day. Somehow I actually got some work this morning and made a little money. I'm gonna pay the bills now. For that one they sent me. And overall I feel like about a 7. Okay, I'll go next. Lottie says she cannot hear us. No, she can hear us. We can't hear
her. Do you want to check in, Jorge?
Yeah, sure. I will check in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. I don't know what happened with my headset.
Okay, so it's been a strange week for me. But I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling like a 6.5, and I'm ready to work.
Nelly, do you want to check in?
Sure. I'm feeling happy. I'm setting things up for my blog, and I'm very excited about it. Also, I took a webinar so it was good. And I did a lot of several things. My friend came to visit, so I was with him, and that's always nice. So I feel like a 7. Check.
Okay, the document is view only. I've been trying to write on it, but it's only view only.
Cool, thank you. I fixed it.
Yeah, I was trying to help you with the notes. I thought it was my computer, but no, it was the document.
Are you gonna help with notes too? Okay, I'll add you to notes. Is anyone else here? So no, just the 4 of us. Okay, cool. Awesome.
It's the 4 of us.
All right. So Nelly, do you want to help out with the session value tracking, master document updating, or session verification spreadsheet?
Of course.
All of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I love it. Okay. All right. So yeah, so let's work with our normal 2 hours here. And I mean, I think over time we should start even thinking about ending early. We'll start prioritizing that. Desired outcomes, you know, getting more organized as a team. I think we do need to slow down, step back. Like for me, you know, I just feel a little pressure and overwhelmed in regards to this whole, like, we need a change of culture. So we need a change of culture. And I think where it really comes down to is like, you know, I agree when and Anacleta says, like, you know, in general, we're not helping Jay enough. You know, like obviously certain people are, like, you know, Nelly and C, but as a whole, you know, as a whole team, there's still so much that's just falling through the cracks and not happening. And I think we're gonna be able to do that. So I generally want to see a change of culture, make sure we have clearer protocols on personnel involvement and expectations. So that's kind of my desired outcome.
I think some of that comes. I mean, I read the conversation. I saw the conversation last night on the other team, on the other section.
And it's mainly the Sonic team for sure.
It was obvious you were getting a little exasperated.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're right. They shouldn't be able to hang out and this doing and talking about things has to stop.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we tend to get stuff done a little faster.
Yeah. The Andromeda team gets a lot more done. Anyways.
I was working on the schedule while they rose. I had my computer on, and I was following along on the Skype, and I was kind of amazed at what was going on over there.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it's obviously more related to the Sonic team than the Andromeda team, but at the same time, it overlaps. I mean, there are certain things with the Andromeda team, certain people, and other regards that just simply need to be dealt with. And I think I have a good plan, and we'll see where we get with it. So that's my desired outcome. Are there other desired outcomes? Oh, hey, Anacleta, would you like to check in? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm sorry for being late. Well, I'm pretty good. I have a productive day. I worked a lot. And I am reading some great books. So I'm pretty much fine. I'm like a 7.
And Nelly, did you get a number as well? I missed your number.
A number for what?
You're 0 to 9 for the day. How are you doing?
Yes, I was 6, 7.
A 6.5? Cool. All right. So back to desired outcomes. So are there any other desired outcomes that people want to suggest for today and or topics?
I think
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, Nelly.
Go ahead.
Okay, so our body team had in mind 2 proposals. I don't know if you already talked about that. One is to like change a little bit like the value tracking process and some documents, like minimal changes, but that it will improve the work. And the other one was about payroll. We thought about suggesting to have like a fixed day for payroll for everyone, so everyone can know exactly when it's going to be paid. It doesn't matter if it is in like a lot of days consecutively or whatever, but a fixed day for each one of us, so everyone can know that. And those are those 2 proposals. So maybe if we can discuss them in this session, will be great.
Great. So, yeah. Is there any particular desired outcome of that? I added it to the updates and also the proposal and value tracking, all that stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't know where to write it out.
No.
It could be on the desired outcome. We could vote for specific date of payment, I guess.
Okay, I mean, generally the update is like that. We do have a payroll day. It is the second Saturday of the month, right? So the issue isn't necessarily like paying people. The issue is people having control over how they want to be paid. So, anyways, we'll talk more about that, and then we'll work it out. So,
Okay.
but anyways, we need to make payroll a top priority, and it just needs to get done. And it should be the whole team's responsibility to get it done. So let's prioritize that. And then so that would also be a responsibility. And if someone could add like the master task list and master responsibilities list, that would be good. So just to make sure we're clear on the context of the differentiation between a topic and a desired outcome. A desired outcome is what we want to get out of it. For example, talking about payroll or having a date for a payroll would be one thing, so that's more of like a topic. So maybe the desired outcome is to have clearer understanding about how payroll works, right? So that could be a desired outcome, or another desired outcome would be to get everyone paid, right? So I don't think the desired outcome is actually to get everybody paid at this particular time, but that would be an example of a desired outcome, whereas the actual issue of payroll and when it happens would be more like a topic. Does that make sense in terms of just like describing the desired outcome?
Yes.
And how it's a little more delicate. Are there any other desired outcomes?
Where do you need the master task list?
Oh, it just goes with the tasks. Yeah, prioritize just like right here, in the tasks. That's priority topics. I mean, my goodness. You could put them at the top here if you just want to list them as important documents, right? Pull that up. Does that make sense, Jorge?
Yeah, I just put it there. Where do you want me to put it? I put it on priority responsibilities.
I'm confused. I don't see anything.
It's under responsibilities at the bottom.
On responsibilities?
I just see payroll.
No, lower down page, at the bottom of that page, it says payroll and other topics, next steps. Under next steps is responsibilities.
I know, I put that there.
Under responsibilities, oh, this is payroll, yeah.
Anyways, I'll just do it. Don't worry about it. So I'm just gonna go to the template and I'm gonna
Is there.
I don't see anything. I'm just gonna grab the we just want the Andromeda master topic list. And then we want the Andromeda master responsibilities list. And we could organize this so it's a little easier to get here. And the Andromeda master task list. Cool. That's all I needed. Yeah, that's it. We're good. So any other desired outcomes? And see, I was just adding the master topic list to the
I think today we need to also update the verification sheet for session tracking.
That's already on the list.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So I think we're good on desired outcomes. Are there any other topics that people want to add to the list?
Not that I want, no.
Okay. All right. Well, anyways, I think we're ready to go. I mean, seems like we're pretty clear. So I'm thinking we could start with a couple of updates. And then the daily processes and schedule, this would be including some of the verifications and the buddy teams and the schedule, et cetera, and then we have this new one, the responsibility and project, like oversight, organizing, etc. This is important training that we want to do to try to get more organized. And our overall priorities, updating personnel policies and independence levels. Like, I think this is like what I'm talking about. Like, we needed to just like get really clear on the personnel policies. There's also our budget, the team equity, the team, the main session stock, value tracking processes, and then the payroll discussion. Do we want to move this to the top, or where do we want that stuff? Like, the order is important. Do you guys want to do that first?
Yeah, maybe we can do that first. So we move it out of the way. It's like really simple.
Both of these? You want to do first?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well, if they're simple, let's just like time block them. So how long do you think it's going to take to do value tracking processes?
No, I think it's not going to be more than 5 minutes.
All right. And then this, I think, can happen pretty quick. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So, updates. So anyways, the update on the payroll is that we do have the date for payroll. It's the second Saturday of the month, which was Saturday. So we're probably about like 5 days late on payroll at this point, which isn't too horribly bad. And most people have got paid. I think, like Jorge, you should have gotten your first $200, and then it's just a matter of like Ana Clara would be the priority for today or yesterday. So we're gonna get Ana Clara like $200 today, and then go from there. So I don't know if anyone has any questions on the payroll update. And then we'll talk more about it in the discussion.
No, I do not have a question about that. Yeah, we were like discussing maybe to assign like a fixed date.
Well, the fixed date is the second Saturday of the month.
Yeah, but like we cannot pay everybody at the same time. So, for example, I don't know. We know that one person is going to be on Saturday, other Monday, other on Tuesday. So we know when to expect, and we are not asking all the time.
Yeah, well,
I
mean,
I don't care if you pay me like 6 days after Saturday, but I know where I'm going to get paid, so I'm not going to.
So there's two ways that we can pay everybody, at the same time. The first way is if people accept a type of payment that allows us to pay them, right? For example, like PayPal or Bitcoin or World Remit, or there's so many different other options that we can pay people with. And then the other option is that we just need to get our bank relations going and just finalize all of that. I mean, it's a huge client issue as well as like other things. So it's like the bank relations just needs to happen. So we need to prioritize.
There was a responsibility that we already have like a week ago. So maybe like I can offer to do all those things with, I don't know, somebody else like Nelly that had already did payroll in the past or something. So we can figure like Bitcoin per country and per jurisdiction and where to charge it and how does it work, so we can inform everybody. Yeah. And we can move this along for the next month.
And that's another, I think it's another one, like Bitcoin per jurisdiction is another responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a whole separate thing from bank relations. So bank relations is more like, okay, let's just turn the Bitcoins into US dollars. Done, right? And then we just pay everybody US dollars, right? Whereas Bitcoin per jurisdiction is, okay, this is how you figure out per jurisdiction how to deal with the Bitcoin and then pay people in Bitcoin.
Also, we know for sure the payment method that each one of us is going to accept. We can plan like the payroll a little bit better.
Yeah. So anyways, I feel like we're getting into the discussion rather than just the updates.
Okay, sorry.
So we'll get back into the payroll discussion and as needed, but are there any other questions or just updates about payroll itself, where we currently are? All right, so really quick on the EXA client is that they were very happy with the report, the finance report that we did. I didn't exactly get the green light to send it to all of the investors, so I'm still kind of waiting on that. And then we're going to start doing some more investor relations and getting them updated and all that. We'll see how that goes. So hopefully that happens soon. Or I also think it might be okay to just do it and not worry about it, that we haven't gotten like formal approval. It's like, it seems like they like it. So, and they had a chance to do feedback and I haven't heard any. Cool. So that's where the client is currently. So I mean, generally things are good with the client, although we are behind by 1 week on the reporting. So we definitely need to do the reporting. Any questions about the client or other updates on the client? Any other?
No, not for me. But since we are 1 week behind, like, can we work on that, like with someone who knows, like we can work it on body team so we can actually not being behind?
Most accounting processes are behind by a week in any company. Don't let the week be too crazy.
I mean, we're behind on a lot of other things too, and they're way behind on like a million things, months behind, right? You know, so overall, we're in pretty good shape, but the client relations would be, you know, Jay, Nelly, like whoever wants to help out with that is a responsibility that needs to happen for sure. And there's also client billing, you know, we need to deal with the billing. We're behind on that. Cool, so that all sounds good. Any other buddy team updates?
No, not for me.
All right, cool. Awesome, so I think we're ready for value tracking.
So Ana Clara was saying that if it was possible to make some changes in the volume tracking, so it would be like easier and beneficial for us and for the reporting, like creating only one spreadsheet and creating multiple tabs within those spreadsheets, so all the information will be in the same one.
Yeah, it's like the thing that we thought was we have all the spreadsheets. What we could do is like merge all the ones that fits in the same category. So all the monthly value tracking related spreadsheets, merge it into one with different tabs. So we can have the ledger, the responses, everything on one spreadsheet, but in different tabs. So we can have it on hand. Then do the same with weekly and do the same with quarterly. So we only will have like 3 different documents for value tracking. One for monthly, one for weekly, another one for quarterly. And inside those documents, we will have all these tabs with all this information and with all these different spreadsheets that we already handling. So this is a small change, but we found out that working on value tracking, it will be easier to have all it in one document at hand. So I don't know.
And not only to update the value tracking, but also in finding those documents for the monthly reporting, for example.
Yeah, and also for finding errors or problems, like is easier to like compare information and check if it matches in everywhere. If we have like the documents order like this. That's the best idea we come up with. I don't know if it is a better idea or maybe for some reason this is a bad idea. Maybe we are not getting like something, whatever.
So my main thing here is just that that it's a great idea. It's just like it's right on the line between something that you need to kind of ask and make a proposal about and something that's really just, it's almost just not a proposal, you know? So like, I'm almost hesitant to do a formal proposal here because, it sets the precedent that processes need to be controlled, right? And in our decentralized distributed system, buddy teams have a lot of power, and we want buddy teams to have power to just like make things happen. So my feedback here is that basically the easiest way to look at it is that as a buddy team that's overseeing, the current value tracking, you're basically updating us and letting us know that this is the way that it's going to be in the future. And are there any concerns with it? And then you're just going to do it. I mean, because it's like you guys wouldn't want to do it if there was concerns. But at the same time, anyone else can chime in here, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily a proposal.
I don't think it's a
I agree. It's not like a concern. It's more like maybe there is something that we are not thinking about.
Cool.
Like,
yeah.
That's it. It's like if you can tell me why this is not possible. Okay.
Cool.
No, it's possible. There's no reason you can't put the different sheets on the bottom of one spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Like we did with the calendar, like we did, or like the liabilities update.
Yeah.
We can just click on the bottom. We can just click on the bottom to get to the next sheet, but it's all in one master sheet.
Yeah. So I think it sounds.
It's actually a good idea.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a great idea. I think the main reason we didn't do that to begin with is that because it was all so new to everybody, and it was also we didn't actually have a process. We were literally creating the process while we went along. It would have been actually more confusing to have it all in the same spreadsheet, because when in the training, it was like, just focus on this one thing and don't worry about everything else. But now that you guys know everything else, it's easier to bring it all together again.
Do you not have to add a spreadsheet to an existing spreadsheet?
I would just, in some ways, the easiest way to do it would just be to create a new spreadsheet and then copy and paste it all into it so that you keep the old ones just in case.
I know you know how to do it. I know I know how to do it. I bet you I know how to do it.
Well, I would actually recommend not deleting anything, like to just create a new spreadsheet where everything's combined and then start using that one and then keep the old spreadsheets as.
You make a copy of it, you make a copy of the address on top. You add a new sheet on the bottom where it says plus, and you put that URL and you put that address with the sheet into the top there, and you get a new sheet. You get a new thing on the bottom with that, and you don't delete the original.
I'm sorry, but I cannot quite listen. If it looks like coding or something.
The thing is that we shouldn't delete any document. Like we create a new one with all this information. We let everyone know that now on we are working on this new one.
Yeah.
And the other one
totally
is just let them do that. That's it.
Cool.
We can do that.
So any other questions on? Great, that sounds awesome. Any other questions on the current value tracking?
No, actually we updated it like yesterday and it's up to date.
Awesome. So I think overall, we might apply some of this to the past value tracking as well, but yeah, I think overall it sounds pretty good. So really quickly, let's check in on the monthly value tracking, and there's also a couple things with the weekly value tracking that I could do a quick update on just to make sure. How are we doing on time?
Right now it's 3:30. 2:30, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I mean for this particular agenda
For
item.
value tracking, we still have like 3 more minutes.
Cool. Okay, so if we go to the weekly value tracking, log. All right, so we're sending the emails. It looks like we didn't do the Slack. And Nelly, this is you to do the Slack messages. So you might still want to catch up and do Slack messages for this week for the reminders. Nelly? Nelly?
Yeah, actually, we already did the reminders yesterday or Monday. It was.
With email or for Slack?
We sent Slack and yesterday we sent.
Okay, well, it just says no for all these Slack ones. I don't know. Anyway, so so we have Mark. Mark is going to be on. We have Harlan now. Harlan. It's Harlan. Harlan. Andrea's not quite on here. Chris is on the core team as well. Chris. All right, so those are the new ones. These are all core, and Grace is network. Okay. All right. And then what about us? You guys updating our information?
Okay, what about Chris? Is this core or network?
Core. Yes, core. What about us? Do we have our network? Like our information getting updated?
Like in the whole value tracking thing?
Yeah, like we are responsible for getting our own information updated in the value tracking.
Yeah, once the payroll is made, we take the value tracking information from there, like the percentage of work and everything.
All right, well, that should be done for last week already, so it should be ready to put in. So just make sure we get that done, and if we can't get it done, then let me know why, and then we'll fix it. Figure it out.
Yeah, we already put it. Like FQ and Unity, we already put made. Is one of the first we put.
Okay, well, if we did it, it should say yes in here instead of no. But all right, cool, sweet. So that's weekly, and then the other one is monthly. Where's monthly? Oh my God. Monthly.
We had like another thought regarding value tracking and regarding monthly value tracking. I remember it just now.
Okay.
We thought that it would like almost no one is answering the monthly value tracking.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one problem. The other problem we have is like a lot of people is answering both. So both answers are not matching. So we thought and also for like everyday work on value tracking, it will be easier just to do weekly with everybody, not doing monthly anymore.
Well,
and we could take the average from there and we can just verify it for quarterly. That was the thought.
I mean, that would be a proposal. I would. Do you guys want to officially propose that? I mean, I would certainly think that is not what the client would want, because the people who are doing monthly are just not on the core team. They just don't even interact with us on a weekly basis at all.
Okay.
So and then think about it like know how people do the quarterly verification, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the quarterly verification can supersede the monthly and weekly value tracking. And so in that same way, the monthly can supersede the weekly, right? So if they get their weekly wrong, they could correct it on the monthly level, but most people aren't going to need to do that. So but we would always have a few people filling in the monthly as well as the weekly if they missed a week or whatever happened,
Yeah, but the problem we are encountering is like the people that is doing both. They have like some of them a big difference between one another. And for example, I don't remember who now, but it was one case, for example, that on the weekly the average was like 75%, for example, and on the monthly he declared 25. So because monthly is more important or oversees the weekly, we have to put it down. Like he had 25 and we had to put like 25. And
well, I would say that you should take the larger of the two in that case.
Okay.
But in that case, it's just like let's just contact them and ask them, send them an email, ask them why is there discrepancy, it's like we don't need to just like make up ideas. We just literally can just talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah. But so let's just go through the ones that we don't have. Like Mark Miller, I don't think we have contact information on him, so I would say like via Jorge.
We don't have information from him.
Yeah, so I would say via Jorge. Let's try to talk to Jorge and get some input on Mark Miller. We're also talking about just giving Mark Miller $50,000 of tokens.
Okay.
So that he would just get value regardless of, because it's just like a big name. So
should start finishing body tracking.
Okay, cool. So anyways, you know, if there are names here, I would just like put them in pink. You know, like people that we don't have, that we don't have their contact information. Let's just make sure we log this and that we make it a priority. Like it should be a task and a priority to make sure that we have the contact information and the data for anyone that we don't have their information for, okay? So Johannes might be via Zachary, right? James, I think we might have gotten some information already. Did we get email? He's on the board, so we have some data already from him. Okay, so and then this is gonna now be core. All right. Any other questions on monthly?
No, not for me.
So basically, the main thing on monthly here that's a task that needs to happen is you need a list of the contacts that we don't have the email for. Okay. Or if we have no way of communicating with them, then we need a proxy, right, for them. All right, and then the last thing would be the quarterly value tracking verification. So all these ones that are no here, like Nelly, you can just go and contact them and just be like, hey, Hade, we have you out for 86% for quarter 1 of 2017. Is that correct? Please verify yes or no. Okay. And then yes, then we verify it, done, right? Mm-hmm. So there's like 10 here. These all need to be verified still.
Okay.
Cool. All right, and that's it for current value tracking. Any last other questions or things for current value tracking?
No, that's it for me.
Cool. All right. Sweet. So what's next? Oh, and by the way, it's looking really good. Like we're doing a great job on that. Oh, really quickly on the video indexing. We've changed how the video indexing works. And the reason why the links were working is because when you do the shared link, it actually this is the shared link.
Oh, the shared
one. So okay. the link to the actual video is through YouTube.com, but the link to the actual minute and second within the video is with u2.be. Okay.
Okay.
And so it's important. Yeah, it's important to do it like that for all the video indexing, and we just changed that one. Okay. All right. What's the next topic? Payroll. Ooh, yeah. Okay. So just to remind us on the payroll. Whoops, that didn't work. I think we can do PayPal as long as we do like a service on PayPal. I think we can do up to $1,000 per day. So I think it's just Western Union that is cash only, and so that cash only is $200 per day. So pretty much at this time, everybody who's not Western Union has already been paid in full. So it's just the Western Union that's the issue. And I think it's like there's James, Jorge,
Nelly,
Ana Clara. I think that's it.
Just one quick note about that. I received the money, but I didn't know if the exchange rate was different because I was checking it. It didn't match, but it's not a problem now. Just for you to know.
Cool. So Ana Clara is definitely the priority for today. We could even do that right now if we want to do it right now, or we could just do it right afterwards. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is we just need to prioritize the responsibility of payroll. It needs to be within the buddy team responsibilities, and it's already added it also to the as one of the top priorities within our overall priorities, right? So overall priorities already there. So it's just like we need to get better at doing that, you know, and just like scheduling the buddy teams and prioritizing the most important things that we get done. All right, so that's for me. What about you guys? Do you guys want to talk about it or proposals or anything? Or
No, I would just say that there was a difference between, because you say that it was $200 paid, but it was like 180 or something. It was not like the changer.
Yeah,
That's
match.
because of the mission.
Yeah, well, it's also
You
the
were
fee,
talking
so
with
it's
the
like a
mission
$10 plus fee. So I can only do like 185 plus like the $15 fee, which equals $200.
All right. Okay, clear.
We approved that like in one meeting. I don't remember which one.
Why are they letting you say $200, Jay?
It's just because of our Bitcoin card. It only allows up to $200 of cash payments. It's like taking out cash from an ATM, right? You're only allowed to use your ATM for like $200 or $300 per day for your ATM card, right? For cash. But if you go spend money at a store for services or whatever, you can spend, you know, thousands of dollars, like $1,000 a day, right? With your ATM card. So it's just like Western Union is considered a cash ATM withdrawal. Unlike any of the many other types of like if you do like a service or a business transaction. Yeah. So even with PayPal, as long as we do a service, if you do PayPal, which is I think what I did with you do PayPal as like a direct cash family to an individual, you know, transaction, it only does 200. But if you do it as a service where they take the fees and everything, it allows you to do 1,000. Yeah. So anyways, this won't be an issue very, very soon because we have like a multi-$1,000 budget to set up like whatever we need to do Bitcoin transactions. So it's not going to be an issue for much longer.
We find a different Bitcoin service to let you do more than 200 a day.
Well, no, we'll be able to do tens of thousands of dollars a day. You know, so we just need to get it set up. So that's the bank relations, is just setting up the exchange for the Bitcoin to the US dollars, as well as Ethereum, and that shouldn't be a problem. Like I've already done multiple, they just haven't been approved, and it's very complicated just to get all set up. That's part of why we have this new $2,000 budget from the client to set it up internationally. Like it might be easier to do internationally as opposed to in the United States.
Anyway, just ask.
Yeah. So are there any other questions or proposals on the payroll discussion? Oh, the other question was like the second Saturday is payroll day, right? So that's payroll day. That's the day everyone needs to get paid. And then we also pay people weekly. We pay people twice a month, right? So that could also be a thing. Like if people are in Western Union and you can only get paid $200 a day, maybe it doesn't make sense to have you on a monthly payroll. Let's put you on a twice per month payroll, or even a weekly payroll, so that we can get you smaller batches over time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but doesn't it have like more fees?
Yeah, way more fees.
Because there are more like transactions.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but either way, if we have like two, yeah, it's the same. Like twice a month is the same. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, overall, it's just like, you know, the idea that Western Union is the only way to send money is kind of silly, to me, at least, you know. And I think that's the only justification we have for not doing this immediately, you know. So I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I don't know the rest of us, but I propose like several ways to get paid, and Western Union was by now the only one available.
Well, I thought it was just the what was the Payoneer was the only other one that you suggested.
I don't know if you have like the same limitation for bank wire transfer.
It's actually much worse for that.
Well, yeah.
So bank wire, we'd actually have to have the US dollars in cash in a bank account before we could even begin that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the nice thing about Western Union is we can actually spend Bitcoin to send in Western Union directly. But we can just only do $200 a day. So anyways, this is all temporary. Very soon here we'll have it all. We'll be able to spend as much US dollars in cash as we want to every day. But that's the whole thing. It's like a responsibility. We gotta do this, like this bank relations. So as long as we don't prioritize bank relations, then it's not gonna get done. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
You know, we just need to prioritize it, make sure it's in the buddy team schedules, make sure that we're doing it. It's not like the kind of thing like, oh, let's talk about it. Talk about it for 5 minutes. Like it's gonna take maybe 10 hours or 20 hours to get all our bank relations stuff set up, you know? So maybe like, 5 to 8 meetings over, 10 to 10 days to a month. It's like if we want bank relations to be organized and done really well, we have to prioritize it and actually do the work. It's like a huge amount of work, and it's a part of our client. This is part of our client responsibilities now as of yesterday. So I can just go through that really quickly if you guys want to hear it. Like there's a new $2,000 budget, and we have this budget to set up local and international money, basically token support services for our client, and this is like the third party processing. So this is to accept and turn fiat currencies into Bitcoin and vice versa. All right. So it's pretty exciting that we have a new budget to work with. Any other questions on the payroll? Anacleta, do you want to get paid right now, or can we wait till after the meeting, or maybe the Pacific session?
It's going to be already 90 here, so it doesn't matter if you do it right now or later. I will cash it tomorrow, so don't worry about it.
Okay, cool. So Anacleta is going to go to bed. So it's like the point here is that it's like it's not Anacleta's responsibility to get herself paid, right? It's all our responsibility. So the Pacific session, we can't just like not talk about payroll. You know what I mean? Like Anacleta is going to go to bed. She's not going to be around, but we can't just like not think about it just because it doesn't have to do with us, right? And at the same time, it's also not my responsibility, that nobody else prioritizes it. Does that make sense? Like it's everybody's responsibility collectively, that we all need to collectively prioritize payroll and get it done. It's like a huge amount of work. Like no one person can do payroll by themselves, and they shouldn't have to. Are we all on the same page on this?
Yeah.
So I suppose that as a main buddy team, for example, Nelly, Clara, and myself, we should ask you by the second week of the month. Let's say, okay, today is Monday. You can start paying Nelly, and tomorrow and Clara, and then Jorge.
It's a little bit more like okay, we have a 2-hour buddies team session right now. We need to schedule an hour of that for doing payroll. Right, so me and Jorge are working together for an hour to pay people, and then the next day we need to do another hour, and the next day after that we need to do another hour. It's like we need to work together to do the payroll. You don't just like say, oh yeah, make sure you pay everybody, and then somehow it's just magically going to get done. You know what I mean?
All right, so
it's real work.
I can work on payroll with you.
Yeah.
Just
can I?
Yeah. So we should just make sure that it's scheduled in the buddy team schedule, that we have the responsibility of payroll prioritized, and just making sure. Yeah, cool. So I think we'll be good. I think it's very unfortunate, the situation that we're in. And if we had a local like, you know, part of the recruitment comes into this too, right? If we had someone locally, this would actually be even another way, you know, so recruitment and like local support. There are certain things that could have been done at a local level that may have helped this situation out, that we're dropping the ball there as well. So there's at least 3 things that are dropping the ball that are causing, or 4. There's really 4 things that we're dropping the ball on, right? So there are 4 things we are dropping the ball on that are causing this problem, right? One is worker coordination and buddy teams responsibilities, right? Prioritization. So that's one thing that's dropping the ball. 2, we have the bank relations, and 3 is the recruitment, and then there's the payroll in general.
We started compiling a list of the different colleges and that was what their intern policies are, and then maybe we'll work on it, or I'll make a draft, you know, letter, and you approve it, or the team approves it. And then I can start sending emails down to the colleges to see what we can do.
Yeah.
By getting some interns.
Cool. Yeah. So basically, if we were meeting all of the responsibility needs that we need to be doing as a team, this would just not even be an issue at all, because we'd have multiple different ways of paying people. But because we're just not doing the work that needs to be done, we're running into and it will continue to be a problem until we get the work done. Cool. So I think we're ready to move on. And I think it's important to note this, because this is not true with just payroll. There's a whole bunch of other things that we're also dropping the ball on, because we're just not following through with simple things like making sure buddy teams have clear responsibilities and prioritizing the ones that are the most important. So let's move on to the next thing. Are there any other things on payroll?
No, just that we need to schedule, as you stated, on our calendar, payroll. So that could be a task that we can do bi-weekly.
And again, it's the Saturday of each month. Like, so payroll is done on Friday nights, Saturday nights. Like, that's the payroll day. Like, that it's currently scheduled for, right? Because Saturday is the last day of the week. So cool. And that's when we usually do it. Like, we do payroll every single Saturday. All right. So daily process and the schedule. So one thing I'll mention here with this particular topic is that we, as the Andromeda team, are paying the Sonic team, I think it's like $200, maybe $300 per month, right? So that's like less than $100 per week, right? The Sonic team budget is like, I don't know, $2,000? I mean, I don't know. It's ridiculous. Whatever it is, it's extremely high. $1,500. It's like more, $1,500 to $2,000. It's like more than the Andromeda team at this point. It's like ridiculous. Like way too high. Anyways, the point is that there's really not much incentive for the Sonic team to be doing everything for the Andromeda team. Like, we really need to step it up and start organizing our own team, not without the expectation that somehow the Sonic team is going to do it for us. You know what I mean? I mean, they'll help as much as they can, but. So one component thing that we're adding that we can make sure is clear is, pull it up here. Is the list of tasks and responsibilities verification spreadsheet. So the way to think about it is like you have a meeting, you set up a doc, right? So this is sort of like the process. So meeting, so session / meeting, you set up a doc. On this doc, you take notes of what you're doing, the tasks, the responsibilities, et cetera, right? And then what doesn't get accomplished during the session goes into this. So this is the last thing, right? So you have the So today's Thursday, June 15th. So every single day we track the different tasks that need to get done. So we could go, and there were different responsibilities. So we could go into the responsibilities, for example. We could go into our meeting notes for today. And here's a bunch of responsibilities that need to get dealt with, right? Boom. You know, how much have we done on worker coordination, buddy team prioritization? I don't know, maybe we did like 25%. You know, bank relations, hardly anything. Recruitment, hardly anything. Payroll responsibility. You know, we're about 50-50 on payroll. You know, we're getting there. We're making some progress. Oops. So, anyways, the point is that, you know, we're gonna start doing a lot better job at tracking what is getting done and not getting done in a day. And so the main thing is just to take the work from your buddy team or whatever, and then put it on the task and responsibilities list. And you know, if you don't do it, hopefully the Sonic team will come through and like look at the notes and get them on there, you know. But everybody should really be stepping up and getting more involved. So the first process is like, what buddy team do I go to? So we have this new weekly schedule, and we're still in the process of finalizing this, but it's much more easy to grasp like what's going on. So on the bottom you have all the days. So for today it would be like Thursday. So you click on Thursday. It's really tiny. Why is it so tiny?
It'll be done. It'll be done.
I think it's just tiny because of my computer.
Great. I have a tiny on my computer.
There we go. So it's kind of like the opposite direction. It's like the times are at the top now. So you have like the different days at the bottom, and then you just come over to America session. America session is always in purple, so it's easy to find. And you can see today we've got, you know, the main Andromeda session, right? So what's cool about it is like beforehand we could have like buddy team Jay and Steve, right? And we did some session prep from Andromeda session, right? So you could also have Nelly and Jorge. Maybe they do, what do you call it? Like value tracking, right? So the point is that you have the main hangout, the secondary hangout, the tertiary hangout, the different conference calls rooms. We'll probably also have like, you know, the EXA Zoom channel. You know, there's just other channels that you could have on here.
We didn't put in Skype. We didn't put in any of that.
Yeah. So what's really cool is that now we can have unlimited numbers of buddy teams that are meeting simultaneously, and we can really clearly show what the responsibility that buddy team is doing. So Jay and Nelly, you know, and maybe Andreen, we really need to be focusing on payroll. So let's bold that, all right? Umbrella, accounting, and finances, maybe we can slow down on that a little bit, right? Who knows? So, and if we want to keep that around, we're not sure we want to even put it down here. So we have the responsibility down there, so we're not getting rid of it, but we're not necessarily going to do it for today or whatever, right? So the point is that this is going to give a lot more flexibility and clarity on exactly where the session's happening, who's in the session, what the purpose of the session is, and what else is going on during that session. So any questions about the actual schedule of buddy team, the new schedule and how it works?
I think it'll be done by tonight, Jay.
Well, it'll be done hopefully as soon as possible because we should all be working on it. So so the buddy team.
Yes, there's only one day left to copy from the old schedules. So.
Cool, nice. So what I need to do to, you know, check the schedule, right? So then you create a doc, right, for your session. Because if you don't document your buddy team session, you're not doing any value. And then it's like, okay, what to work on? And we've already covered this before, but I'll cover it again because this is really important. Let's go here. So we have the info. I don't know if that's right. Here we go. So the number one thing to work on is the, oh no, it's not right. Copy. So the number one thing to work on is the overall priorities list, which you can find on the full team doc. Does everybody know what the full overall priorities are, what the full team doc is?
Yeah, full team doc is on the Andromeda main document.
It is linked to the Andromeda main doc. But does anyone want to explain what the overall priorities are? So that way it's really clear in your own words. Anybody? Okay, so you guys don't know what the overall priorities are? Do you guys know what the overall priorities are?
To get the work that's been assigned to you, to document the work that you did for value tracking, and to make sure that anything that you haven't done is on the sheet, so people know it isn't done.
Okay, but that's not the overall priorities. So the overall priorities are the whole overall priorities for the entire full team, right? These are the full team overall priorities, right? So that means it's the very, very most important thing that needs to get done and the most urgently and most important. So does anyone want to describe the overall priorities and what they are and why they exist?
Overall priorities are priorities that the Andromeda team have, like everybody on the Andromeda team has.
But that's actually incorrect, right? So the overall priorities have nothing to do with the Andromeda team, right? The overall priorities are the overall priorities for the entire network for the whole full team. This is like the organizational priorities for the entire FQN community network that need to get done, right? And it's not only the client responsibilities, right? Here, let me show you what it looks like so that we get clarity on this, because this is really, really important. So here we have the overall priorities for the FQN. So payroll is now pretty much the top. Like the number one is taking care of ourselves, because if we don't take care of ourselves and like actually live, then nothing else will get done, right? Yes. So then we have our payroll, right? That's super important, so people have money so they can, you know, live, right? So then over here you have your overall exit client responsibilities, right? So we need to meet all the needs of the client, all right? So those are the overall priorities for the entire network. Okay, and you can see here how training is not exactly at the top of the list. So if someone doesn't know how to do an overall priority, we can't just stop everything and train people, because it would take longer to train everybody than to get the overall priorities done. You know, they're too urgent to just be able to train. All right, so the goal is to get everything done that's more important than training, so that we can focus on training people. So does someone want to try to describe the overall priorities again? In your own words?
Take care of ourselves.
Say again?
Take care of ourselves via payroll and things like that. Then the next priority is take care of the monetary, the financial stuff.
Okay, but the thing is that the overall priorities are not a specific task or responsibility. The overall priorities are always changing day to day, hour to hour, you know, week to week. It's always going to be different what the overall priorities are, but the overall priorities as a whole have a specific role within the context of what people are doing in the organization, and it's really important that there's clarity on that. So does someone want to try to explain it again?
That first we have to check always about what the priorities are and always work on that first.
Well, not necessarily, because the overall priorities, you might have no idea how to do them, right? Okay. So it's what's important is not necessarily to check it and to work on the overall priorities. What's important is to understand the overall priorities in the relationship to what you're doing and the needs of the organization and the Andromeda team. So the Andromeda team has its own priorities separate from the overall priorities, right? And so our role as the Andromeda team, as an individual or buddy team within the Andromeda team, is to support the overall priorities to make sure that they can get accomplished, right? Sometimes that means, you know, just say it bluntly, it would be to either help me get the overall priorities done or to get out of the way so that I can do it as fast as possible and not get worried about a whole bunch of other things that drags the people who can get the overall priorities down to not be able to do them. Does that sort of make sense? So there's many, many different ways you can support the overall priorities besides even actually doing them. But there are plenty of overall priorities that do overlap with assigned responsibilities as well as other buddy team responsibilities. So does someone else want to try again?
Priorities.
Just to describe the overall priorities in your own words.
Yeah, it's work for our client, right? It's tasks that you need to do, otherwise we can help you with them, right?
Yeah.
So it's not for the client. The overall priorities are for the entire network, right? The FQN community network, which includes some of our client priorities, right? That are urgent.
And otherwise, we can help you with them, or we can, or because they are priority. And otherwise, we can help you with those, or we can just move and move out of the way. And
yes, I think that's pretty clear. I think that was pretty good, Jorge. Like it's like, you know, the first thing is to know that if there are overall priorities that are more important than what you're working on, and then secondly, to help with those if you can. And then if you can't help with those, then to just focus on the assigned responsibilities that you do know how to do. Right? So I think that that's pretty clear. But it's really important to know what the overall priorities are so that we understand that there are always things going on at a bigger level, right? That you guys don't necessarily even know. And we don't even talk about sponsorship and all these other things. And like Steve's been a lot more involved in some of that stuff. Anyway, so I think we're ready to move on. I think you guys have a general grasp of the overall priorities, but obviously we should review it again. And the overall responsibilities are, the overall priorities are responsibilities. Okay. So the next thing, if you can't work on overall priorities, like so overall priorities take precedent over everything else, right? It's like it's an overall priority because it needs to get done right away as quickly as possible. Right? If you can't work on the overall priorities, it's perfectly fine. So if you go to the schedule, right? And we go to like, you know, Thursday or whatever, and we say, okay, we're at the Pacific session in a couple hours. So we go over to the Pacific session. Oh, wow. That's not right.
Something at the bottom of my page right there.
All right, let's add me and Nelly back in here with the break. We like breaking.
You're there.
All right, that was Wednesday. Okay,
You're
here's
there.
Thursday. So yeah.
Thursday you're there, Jake.
What?
Next house stand-up payroll. Today, for the first hour of the Pacific, you have Jake, Nelly, and Andrew doing extra house stand-up / payroll.
Well, I don't know. It wasn't there. Oh no, I'm on the copy. That's why. Yeah, it is there. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, cool. Okay, so
I did yesterday.
Thursday is going to be right here. Perfect. Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make here is that you come here, you see your buddy team, you know where we're gonna meet, you get started, and these are your assigned responsibilities, right? And then it's like, okay, do I work on the exit house stand-up or the payroll? Well, you can look at the overall responsibilities, which are linked right here, overall priorities, and you can see here that the overall priorities match with payroll. So I should be working on payroll, right? Because it's an overall priority, right? Whereas like maybe something else isn't an overall priority, and maybe I should check the overall priorities to see if there's something else I could be working on that would be an overall priority, right? And you're gonna get extra bonus, there's just extra everything for people working on overall priorities. There's more value in that. So there's always more value here. And we will be tracking overall priorities at that level. Okay, so then you do your assigned responsibility, which is right here, right? So it says exactly your assigned responsibility. So in this case, it's the exit house stand-up payroll, or maybe it's umbrella accounting and finances, or maybe it's like, you know, exit finance accounting or weekly master notes, right? So there's a responsibility that's assigned to that particular time block. right? If you don't know how to do that responsibility, then you do something else that's assigned to your buddy team. It could be anything from any other week. As long as you know how to do it, just do it. And then fourth, you do whatever else you know how to do as an individual or as a team. Like if it's not even assigned to you, you just figure out what you're going to do, right? And then lastly, if there's literally nothing you can do, then you just don't work, right? We can add that in. Because there's no reason for you to sit around not having any clue what to do and just waste money and time. So are there any questions on the process of how it works?
No, I think that the more we're doing it, the clearer it will be, because you never stop thinking about the process, but on the results that the process should have.
Yeah. And over time, we could create, more clearer team responsibilities for the whole Andromeda team, but currently we don't have that, but we definitely could create that. So you could have overall priorities for the full team, and you could have the priorities for the Andromeda team. And then that would go between the assigned responsibilities and the overall priorities for the Andromeda team. But it's like, why not just focus on the overall priorities for the whole team? It's like, that's good enough for now. All right.
I think this clarifies like a lot and speeds up the process of working. Like we don't have to discuss any longer.
Great.
Like
great.
everything is there in that process.
Exactly. It's all there. And it's all about empowering individuals to be able to like take action and just, be able to figure something out and not have to have guidance from me or somebody else doing everything for them, So, and then it is part of the responsibility of every buddy team and every individual is that when you don't know how to do something, to actively get engaged in finding out how to do it and asking questions and getting help, right? That's your responsibility, right? So every responsibility has the task of getting help and asking questions to complete the responsibility tasks. So, and we'll cover that in a little more detail here. So then the last thing here is what doesn't get accomplished during your session, you would put on this list for the day. And then if we go back into that list, what doesn't get accomplished in any particular day will go into the twice a week, right, list. That'll happen automatically. Whatever doesn't get done twice a week will go into the weekly list, and we're going to be accumulating all of the tasks and responsibilities that aren't getting done over the weeks and months so that they don't just disappear. That was one of the biggest problems, is that all of the work that we've assigned, it's just not getting done, and then it's just like no one even knows it's not getting done, and it's just gone, and it's a huge problem. And that's hopefully going to start fixing that problem. All right, so I think that we're ready to move on to the next. Are there any other questions about this like general daily process for our schedule and verifying the tasks and responsibilities and all that stuff?
No, it's just as I said, for me, I start getting things when I work on them, because it's like, the more you work it, the more you know it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's cool. Yes, but we also need these check-ins so that we are all on the same page as well. So it's a balance. All right, so let's go over this next thing, which I'm pretty excited about. And this is like gonna probably take like 15 minutes to 20 minutes, maybe a half hour. We'll see. And we have some proposals here.
Okay.
All right, so part of the goal here is making sure we're getting our overall priorities done. So one of the, obviously overall priorities are responsibility, and one of the responsibilities of the overall priorities is to make sure that the overall priority responsibilities are in the schedule. Okay. So they're not in the schedule, that's a big problem, because then they're not getting dealt with, right? So maybe we want to add overall priorities to the schedule, right? So that could also be something that's on the schedule. All right, so let's just start with the problem. problem is that we're paying, you know, $5,000, $7,000, you know, $10,000, whatever it is. And we're probably getting like, you know, 2,000, you know, I don't even know, $1,500 to $2,000 of value. That would be my estimate. You know, it's kind of opinionated, sure, right? It's my opinion that we're not meeting the amount of the value that we want to go. And this comes from some of what kind of Clara was saying, that, you know, it's like we're not helping enough, right? There's still so much more that needs to be done, and we need to get organized on it. But I think there's also a problem that there's no like, you know, urgency to getting anything done and taking responsibility, right? So I'll give an example of this, okay? Here's an example. Who would like to take on worker coordination and budget team prioritization?
I will.
Who would like to help out? Who would like to take on bank relations, right?
I was going to say that. But
Of course, Steve is the. I know, but so I mean, the point is that Steve, you're naturally a leader and naturally, you know, want to take things on, right? And you just do them, right? So Steve is the example of like the opposite of what I'm talking about, right? And we want to pay Steve way more money to do stuff. But the point is that, like, you know, who's going to help with recruitment? Who's going to help with payroll? Who's going to help with bank relations, right?
I can help with all that.
Yeah, so it's like the same people step up every time. It's like Steve and Nelly, right? So what we need to do is, it's like we need to, like, you know, many meetings, many times, especially with the Sonic team and other teams, it's like you say all these things that need to get done, and then it's just silence, right? And that needs to change. We need to change that culture.
I wanted to say something last night so bad that you don't know.
Totally, Steve. So anyway, so the goal here is to actually create some urgency in like making sure that the same people aren't taking on all the responsibilities, and having clarity on how these responsibilities are going to be dealt with. So how to deal with responsibilities and project oversight, et cetera. So I want to make sure that I'm on the same page here so that I'm not getting confused. Let me look at the topics again. Okay, cool. All right. And this should go a little quicker than I thought. So this one hopefully is more like 5 minutes to 10 minutes. All right.
Either way, I think that we have to think a little bit more about that. I think it's not only, like, the problem is not only the people, maybe it's the process also. I think the question shouldn't be like, who is going to do this? Is which body team is going to do this? That's first. And second of all, I think that it doesn't work to, like, every time change the people responsible on the tasks. Like, I think the calendar helped a lot, but I like to know what I'm responsible for and learn to do something and do it and accomplish it. And not every single day ask, oh, what I'm going to do, because maybe I'm not as quick or as Nelly or Steve deciding what I'm going to do because I'm more thoughtful about things. But it doesn't mean I don't want to do them or I'm not a leader. It's like I want to plan things. I'm a planner. Mm-hmm. So it's not just simply like, I'm going to ask who is going to do this and that's it. And we solve it like in 10 seconds. In a meeting that maybe in that 1 second you weren't paying enough attention. So for me, it's not. I agree that is the people. People have different profiles. There are people that are more like stand-up persons than other. But either way, I think we have to improve the process so everyone has a chance to check responsibility and empower. Because if not, the only people that is going to be empowered is the people that is already empowered because they are leaders.
Yes, exactly. I think we're definitely on the same page on that part for sure. Did you want to keep going? Sorry.
No, that's it.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to like we definitely agree on the idea that people who have, you know, more masculine tendencies and also who have leadership, you know, whatever we call leadership qualities, which, you know, I think needs to be questioned in general, are, you know, naturally will take on more responsibility and things like that. And so, you know, we do want to balance that. So that we definitely 100% agree on that. But also, you know, there needs to be some more clarity on what it means to take on a responsibility in itself, and I have more of a what I would call is like a ramp, right? Let's call it a ramp. So you know how like you have client funnels, right? There's like client funnels. This would be the worker ramp, right? So the worker ramp is like you ramp up, you know, ramping up to take on more responsibilities over time, right? So, but it needs to start somewhere, and our starting point is just we're totally missing the ball. And this is what this new policy is going to try to, or not necessarily a policy, new recommendation. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So, and another example here is like, you know, we have all our responsibilities for the client. It's like this needs to be filled in. You know, we need people like we have Ana Clara filling in a few, and Ana Clara is 100% right. We need buddy teams taking on these responsibilities and tasks, as well as individuals, and then also we need to get the projects organized too. So there's and that's been an ongoing task that's been out there, but it's just not happening.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Is there a way that the body teams that are like set now, for example, like Jorge, Nelly, and I are a permanent body team? Is there a way that we can, the three of us together, take on tasks, like the full tasks for the whole body team?
Actually, I think because we discussed it before with Jay, but the thing is that we can do a lot of tasks, but if we don't know exactly how to do them, I think is that we're going to do it wrong.
Yeah, but in our body team we are three people. Nelly knows about some stuff, you know some other, and I know about some other. So we can take on tasks together, but I think that it will be more like realistic, and we will like be obliged, like I don't know, like we have to take the responsibility for sure if we are the three of us doing it. Like I committed to you that I will be, for example, here at 2 p.m. to do this task. You have to show up and do it. So I think that it should be like probably, I don't know, this is just an idea, like an arrangement for the team. And we should choose like several tasks. Because by now, for example, the only task I'm like really comfortable doing it because I really know how to do it is value tracking. And it takes like a little bit of work to doing something to after doing it, understand it, and then afterwards, like putting proposals or think how to improve it. And I think the fastest way to get trained is like doing tasks with some other people that knows it. But every time we say this, we don't do it. So maybe we should take tasks like as a whole body team and train each other, and that's it, and do it, because alone we are not doing it.
Cool.
To join to the subconference, press number of subconference
really
from 1 to 9.
So anyways, we don't have a lot of time to go through this in detail, but you know, there's everything that. Oh my God!
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm getting rid of that. So, but everything you're saying is great. Let me just finish with this new sort of structure that I've developed, and then I think this is going to help us somewhat. And then you know, but the answer overall is yes, yes, and more yes. We want to empower buddy teams to take on more, but not only that, we want to start creating not only the ability to do it, but also that you know, there's going to be an incentive. Like we have to have an incentive for in a requirement to do and take on more, because there's just, it's like people can't just get comfortable and like, oh, I know value tracking, so that's just all I'm going to do. Right? That's just not going to fly. It can't be possible. Okay. And it also can't be possible that people aren't going to take on responsibilities simply because they don't know how to do them. I don't know how to do everything. Right. Like, we need to take on responsibility for the entire planet going to shit and literally the whole planet dying and future generations, billions of people who are not going to be able to live on this planet anymore, right? So someone has to take responsibility. Do we know how to deal with that responsibility and how to fix the situation in the world right now? No, but that doesn't mean we don't take responsibility for it, right? So taking responsibility does not mean that you know exactly what to do. It means that you're going to figure it out, right? That you're going to like take the responsibility into your hands, start asking questions, learning more, researching, whatever needs to happen to meet the needs of the responsibility. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
So,
Yes.
so in the context of the ramp, so this is this idea of this worker ramp, kind of like a client funnel except a worker ramp. There are going to be these 4 levels, right? The highest level would be project oversight. So and then obviously within responsibilities you have tasks, right? So there's umbrella tasks and all this kind of stuff, but tasks are simple. You don't need to even know what the responsibility is. You can just do a task, get the task done, and then you're done with the task, and you don't even have to care about or worry about anything else. We want to get away from tasks because there's thousands and thousands of tasks to be done already, and it's like there's no way to coordinate it. Even the responsibilities, there's hundreds and hundreds of responsibilities. So we're actually going towards project oversight and project coordination. And because there's about 50 of them. There's like 25 to 50 projects that need to be coordinated. So project oversight is basically like you don't really have to do anything. Don't really have to do anything. You just need to know what's going on, and in many ways it's an accountability function, right? You're holding accountability and holding the coordinator accountable to making sure the project deliverables and output is getting done, right? So they're making sure that things are moving forward and getting done, right? That's project oversight. And let's go ahead and like make another copy of this so that we can keep it clean. So so that's project oversight. Project coordination is actually like coordinating the teams and workers around the various responsibilities to accomplish the project. Okay, so project coordination is serious work. And it's important to do the work of project coordination, okay? So we're not expecting people to like just want to take on entire projects. I mean, projects are a lot. They're supposed to be a lot. Typically, a project would consist of like 10 responsibilities, okay? And just so you guys know, the direction we're going here is that we're going to want buddy teams to take on a minimum of 1 project. That's the direction that we're going. Okay, and this could either be either oversight or coordination, right? Like, so oversight is obviously a much easier thing to do. You don't need to know how to do it all. You can just oversee it, make sure things are happening, hold people accountable who are actually doing the work and doing the coordination. All right. Are there any questions about what it means to do project oversight or project coordination, or just in general what a project is? Does anyone want to describe a project? I think that might help. Make sure everyone understands.
I'll describe a project. So I can get it. I just basically completed was filling out the entire new weekly buddy team.
That would be a task, actually. So the new weekly buddy team schedule would be a task, right? The responsibility is the schedule itself. So the weekly buddy team schedule is in updating it, continually updating it would be a responsibility. So task, like create the new weekly buddy team schedule and transfer information from old schedule, right? So that's a task. Once it's done, right? Responsibility would be, updating the weekly buddy team schedule. So that's a responsibility. And in many ways, it might even be a sub responsibility, and you can add that in there. So then this would be, the next level would be the project, and the project is worker coordination. Okay, so under worker coordination, there could be a dozen, maybe 24 different responsibilities. Updating the weekly buddy team schedule is just one of those responsibilities. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
So does anyone want to try to explain what a project is? Like just define a project? You're kind of breaking in and out, Jorge.
Yeah, you're breaking it out.
So, connect.
Oh no, poor Jorge. It's like sounds terrible. How about Nelly or Anacleta? Anyone else want to give it a try?
Projects.
Yeah, like what is the definition of a project?
Project is, I think, a responsibility that should be, and has like all these different sides and tasks and things to do in order to be like going on. It's not over, never. It's like an ongoing thing, and that's it.
Okay, well, I think Steve, are you going to add something? Say again, Steve.
Creation and implementation of any new process or thing that needs to be done.
Yep, going into bigger processes is good. It's good. So I would define a project as a really just like a high level, specific outcomes, goals, and just like, lots of coordination and work. Like it's too much to not break up, right? It's too much work to not break up into individual responsibilities, right? So responsibilities also don't go away. Responsibilities continue week to week, month to month. It's only tasks that actually go away. So just so we understand that what's above a project is you have branches. So you have branches or divisions of the organization. And then you have, and we look at these as kind of, well, let's not worry about that. And then we have the projects, and then you have responsibilities, and then you have tasks, okay? And the tasks look like this, and the responsibilities look like that. Cool. And then you have the branches or divisions. I know there's some, I can't remember exactly what the symbol is for the branches or divisions because we very rarely talk about them. All right, so I think we're ready to move on here. So how about the responsibilities? So with responsibilities, there's two components here. There's the responsibility coordination, and this is the actual doing the work of the responsibility. Typically, a responsibility would have like dozens of tasks to complete, including figuring out what tasks to do. So making a plan. So responsibilities typically involve having a plan, creating tasks, understanding figuring out what those tasks are, and then being responsible for having responsibility for something doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do it. So you can assign tasks, assign roles, and delegate the work, right? So someone who's coordinating a responsibility doesn't necessarily have to do the work. The same is true with the project or project oversight. You don't actually have to do anything, but you need to make sure that the work is getting done, and you need to be able to make a plan and to know what is going on, right? That's what responsibility coordination is. Okay, so the new component of responsibilities is the organizing, and so this is the new thing that we're adding on to help create this additional ramp. The responsibility organizing has nothing to do with getting work done or planning. So no work, no planning, right? So this is pretty simple stuff. So basically, to organize a responsibility, the following needs to happen. So first off, we need to have like some sort of link, right? So this would either be a link to a doc or a link to a section within a doc, okay? So in this context, let's say for here, responsibilities and project oversight and organizing, right? That is, if I inserted a bookmark here, right? And we have all these things under responsibility project oversight. If I link to this and I copy this link right here, what you'll see is it links to the heading, right? So you can link a responsibility into the heading of a document, but it will go directly to that particular responsibility. An example of this could be like weekly or monthly value tracking, right? Monthly value tracking does not have its own doc. It has a link within the current value tracking project, right? This is like a sub-project. You guys, and that's a doc. Do you guys follow me here? Every single responsibility needs a link. I'm gonna write it down. Every single responsibility needs a link. So if it's not gonna be a doc, it needs to be a link within a doc, or it gets its own doc. Okay, so then what goes in that doc or that location? So what information is stored at that location in the doc or in the section within the doc? Okay, so what gets stored? That one, you want to have you know, the name and description of the responsibility, right? That could be one thing that you'd want there. Maybe two, like, links to information about that responsibility, either like meeting notes, or you know, you could index information or discussions about that responsibility. Another thing that's going to be essential would be links to trainings about that responsibility. So right now, this is going to solve another huge problem. Is right now we have the master training video index doc, right? And it's a freaking mess. There's like you know, 300 videos linked there, and they're totally disorganized, right? So what we want to do is we want to have any video that's about a specific responsibility should link directly to this one location. So have only the links for the videos for training of that particular responsibility. Okay. You could say another thing could be, you know, a list of who knows how to do this responsibility, right? And also of course, processes, systems, and other information that helps the responsibility get accomplished. Maybe there's plans, you know, what still is missing, you know, anything that seems out of place, or questions regarding the responsibility. So this is the location where you put everything, all the information goes there. So you don't have to know about a single way of how to actually do anything about the responsibility. You don't have to know how to plan it. You don't have to know a single task. You don't need to know literally anything about the responsibility, but you should be able to still do like a half an hour work, if not more, in regularly updating the section or the doc that focuses on this responsibility. And this is like it's like a lead-in, you know. So it's like you're organizing the responsibility to make sure that everything regarding that responsibility is all in one place, so that somebody who does take on the responsibility and does start coordinating it and working on it, or doing a task within that responsibility, knows where to find the information.
About that, Steve and I were talking yesterday about the document that Andreen was doing about an index with all the documents and with all the information. I think that kind of document is being done.
Well, we have a document index that Julie worked on, right? But this is going to be much more utilitarian. So every single time you've got, like, for example, oh my God, what do I do? Yeah. Right here. So you have your full team responsibilities verification here, right? We need the link to the information for the responsibility. So you'd have the responsibility. Here's the responsibility for team equity. This should just be a link. So I just go here, I'd link it to what all the information about team equity and how to do team equity and the training on team equity and everything. So that you can come to this, you can say, oh my God, team equity needs a lot of work. You click here, it'll tell you everything you need to know about how to get team equity done. So this is the index, right? On all the responsibilities lists should link directly to the information about how to get the responsibility done. Does that make sense?
Yes, totally.
So it'll be interlinked everywhere. Everybody will be able to at any time find the information on every responsibility of how to get it done. And it's going to take years to have all the responsibilities to be organized, right? It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take months, if not years, to organize all the responsibilities. But I think this really does help having this fourth position. So instead of just the responsibility coordinator who's responsible for actually doing the work of the responsibility, you have the responsibility organizer who's just there to support and help organize the responsibility so that things aren't falling through the cracks and that the information is at least slowly but surely coming together to at least be able to present it. And if the information doesn't exist, then that's the responsibility of the responsibility organizer to note down that there's nothing that exists. There's for this particular responsibility, there is nothing, right? And that might be a big issue, right? And then you'd want to bring that up in the meetings, like, hey, I have an update. I'm responsible for this, organizing this responsibility, and I can't find any information. What's going on? Right? And it's their responsibility to bring that up as an issue. They can't find anything. So do you guys like this idea? Do you guys understand it?
I understand it, yeah.
Cool. All right. So
well, I like the idea. I think I understand it. But the thing is that it gets more and more complicated when you want to. So you have some documents now you have to update, even if they're not like of primary importance. Only follow up.
Yeah, and it's like you're updating it, and it's like you're learning about the responsibility before taking on the responsibility to do anything. So the goal is that people who take on responsibility organizing will slowly learn about the responsibility over time and do a very important task of organizing all the information and keeping it up to date. And then eventually they might be able to actually take on the coordination of the responsibility itself. You know, it's kind of like a leadway. It's a ramp into getting more and more training about the responsibilities so that you're able to take on more. And then people can start with just tasks. Like a lot of people might just start doing tasks within a responsibility, and eventually that task might lead into organizing the responsibility itself. But we don't pay people to just do tasks, right? If someone just wants to do tasks, like, you can volunteer. You know, it's just like tasks are not payable level work. So I think we're ready to move on. I think it was good. All right, any other questions or comments?
15 minutes before we end this session.
I know. So we're gonna have to like skip the wrap up and just do this last part, because this last part is really important, and it's like the main thing of like that I've been leading up to. And now we actually have proposals. All right. So are there any other questions on the responsibility structure? Oh, the only other thing I would set up is I want to do an example. Let's do an example of so you have a branch or division. An example of branch or division would be like let's say documentations, right? So documentations is like an entire branch of the network. Okay. So then within documentations, you have the project documentations, right? So this is a branch. Within the documentations project, right, you have oversight and you have coordination, okay? And both of these are part of the project. So this is documentations oversight, documentations coordination. And then you have the responsibility of documentations. And then you have documentations coordination and documentations organizing. And then you've got tasks. But what I'm trying to show here is that documentations is a very, 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 very important thing. It's one of the like 6 main branches, 6 or 7 main branches of the entire network, right? And it involves, you know, dozens, if not hundreds, of responsibilities. Okay, but there's also a project and coordination and documentations, right? And documentations organizing. So there's the responsibility of organizing the documentations information, where you don't actually have to do anything, you just have to help organize the information. So does this make sense that documentations is not just a branch of the entire network, it's also a project, and it's also responsibility, and you can also take on documentations organizing as a responsibility without taking on the entire responsibility of the entire documentations branch.
Yes.
Does that make sense, everybody? And the same thing would be true with communications. The same thing would be true with actions and like accounting and all this stuff. It's like you don't have to take on the entire project. There's always, every single project has its own responsibility and its own responsibility organizing to support the project. Okay? All right, sweet. All right, so let's go to the updated personnel policies, independence levels. We can start with the problem. Is anyone able to go a little extra on time, or does anyone have to leave in like 8 minutes or 12 minutes?
No, I can stay a little longer, but just a little.
Okay, so hopefully we can get like as much as like 20 minutes on this, so we can check out and stuff too. So the problem here is very simple. Like again, I mean, it basically relates to the same issue that we're basically paying people all this money and not getting the full value of like the work that needs to get done. And it's just a little overwhelming, and then it's just like people are not really like, especially in the Sonic team, right, they're just not really stepping up. It's just like, you know, at the time you have a buddy team, you get on the Hangout. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna get on the Hangout, screw it, who cares? You know, who cares about communicating, right? A minor thing, right? And it's just like there's like not any sort of like reason or rationale implemented right now to have people have to take initiative to actually interact and do the work that's being requested of them, right? So that's a major problem. So there's no incentive or reason for taking initiative to do the work. And it's like, oh, I'm gonna get paid my $300 no matter what, right? And like that system needs to change. That culture needs to change. And I don't know if that's what people are thinking, you know, or like maybe they're thinking like, oh, I'm gonna ask for $500 to do very little, right? So they're increasing their budgets, and it's like, what are they doing, right? It's just like, oh my God. So this needs to change. Okay, so let's think about the first component of this, what currently exists. What currently exists? The first thing that currently exists that we all should understand and agree on is that when we pass a budget, means that you can get paid for up to, like, let's say $300, right? It means that you can work up to 15 hours per week, right? You're not guaranteed $300 for the month. You're not guaranteed 15 hours per week. I mean, that'd be insane. We're not just gonna like pay people to do nothing, right? Everyone understands that, right? Is everyone on the same page on this part?
Sure.
Like this is an existing policy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
then
sure.
The next thing is that people need to be available during scheduled sessions. Okay, this has always been a policy. It's always been part of the whole system that people need to actually schedule and be available at sessions. This includes where the training happens. These are like the main communications and, you know, collaborating and working together. Okay. So then 3, basically from here, you can take on specific tasks to do on your own time when you are able. I don't know, able, when you are assigned them, right? When you are assigned. So this has always been the current policy as far as I'm concerned. So do we all have understanding on this and agreement, and are there any questions about this?
I agree.
Yeah. So this has always been the current thing. So I think what's happening right now is people are basically like doing, what they want and wanting to get paid, the full amount, and we have no idea what they are even doing. It's like, what's going on, right? It's like a little bit too much. And they're not doing like basic things like getting on conference calls or working as buddy teams. I mean, they're not even working as buddy teams, right? It's like very, very frustrating. It's also difficult to get some of the buddy teams organized. And so they're, even though the Sonic team is really bad at a lot of this, the Andromeda team's not perfect either, right? So here's where we go into the next stuff. So basically, what I have here is that so you can only work up to a number of hours and money per month. It is not guaranteed and is not based on your ability. It needs the task, the work that needs to get done. So it's like, if you're not able to meet the needs of the organization, you simply just can't work. It's like can't work, can't get paid all that money, right? It's really, it just needs to, we can't be just like bleeding all of this money and not getting the value we need out of it. So the proposal here is that we're going to have this graduate level of being able to work on your own and taking on specific tasks, right? So that's pretty much what I am proposing, that we have these levels of individualization or levels of empowerment. And so here's the different levels. Let's go over the levels real quick, so that it's clear that it's something that you're working towards. So the goal is for people to be working fully independently, right? That's the goal. This is the goal. But it's like you can't just like do it right away, right? So level 3 would be basically where everyone starts, right? So this would be where people normally start, and you can go down 2 levels, right? Level -1 would basically be getting fired, right? If you are in the public budget, only the public can fire you, right? Level 0 would be, basically not looking good. Level 1 is you basically can only work with me or somebody who's like specifically assigning you a task, right? So basically level 3 is like you're working to scheduled working hours with meetings and buddy teams, right? That's what we all understand. That's what we just agreed to right here. It's basically list number 2 right here. This is where everyone starts, okay? So you either go up 2 levels and then eventually you're working on your own, or you go down 2 levels and you're getting fired, right? That's basically the system, okay? So how do you get to be fully independent? The first thing you want to do is you want to be assigned to oversee the independent scheduled buddy teams outside of normal scheduled sessions, right? So you can start doing independently scheduled buddy teams, once a week, twice per week, 3 times a week, whatever, right? And then level 5 is you can like double time spent in your scheduled sessions for independent buddy team sessions. So we'll up to double the time that you can start being independent, and then you can be fully independent after that. Okay, so those are the levels. This is basically a proposal. Add these quote graduate levels. That's pretty much the proposal. So let's talk about what you need to do to be able to graduate and what the minimum accomplishments would be. So these would be like what I would call the minimum accomplishments before you can fully take on your work yourself. So I would say 1, you have to have a full weekly schedule with the buddy teams and assigned responsibilities, right? You have to actually show up at meetings and actively participate, right? That's like, I think it's pretty obvious, right? If you're not doing that, there's a problem. Next, you have to have at least 1 buddy team with 10 active responsibilities. And one of those responsibilities, like I mentioned above here, need to be a project. Right? Need to be a project responsibility and project related. So that would be the next thing. So you need to create a buddy team. You have to take on 10 active responsibilities of like we have what, like 300 or 400 plus of them. So 10's not that bad. Then you would have 5 of those responsibilities as an individual that you would be taking on as an individual. And obviously you're attending the weekly sessions and global sessions. I think that kind of just relates to here. So So there's basically three requirements that we would put on people, that they need to start doing these things. So you can't just like come to meetings, not take on any responsibilities, do a few tasks, and just like ignore everything else and like think that you can just work 30 hours a week, and get paid for everything and really have nothing to show for it, right? So the other things here would be like output and deliverables, but right now we're not requiring. So this would be important, but currently not required. So we'll be talking more about output and deliverables in the near future. So let's finish up this discussion by noting a couple things. So the two things, the outcome of this proposal, if we approve it, would be that we're going to need to start tracking everyone's level, what level you're at, and and where you're at. So let's just use an example of Isaac, right? Isaac is level 3, right? Isaac cannot just go off and do whatever he wants. He's not been around for over a month. We have no idea what he's doing. He shouldn't know what he's doing. He can't just like, put on his work report that he worked 10 hours and we never even saw him at a meeting this week. You know what I mean? Like he can only work the hours that are scheduled buddy time sessions at the scheduled times. That's Isaac's level. You guys don't follow me on that?
Yes.
Yeah. So if Isaac wants to move up a level and get more independence, he needs to start participating. And he did a little bit, but he hasn't done enough to take that on. So that's just an example. So we're going to have a spreadsheet that's going to track everyone's levels. And then we're going to need to start tracking buddy team meetings and buddy team time. So this is really important. We'll also be tracking double team time. So today we have a double team. And this is direct value. Buddy teams and double teams are already accumulating value, but we need to start tracking it much better. So those things are going to be happening if we approve this proposal. The last thing I want to mention here, which is very important, is that I want to make sure it's clear that it should not be a problem. Like if you think of Nelly, right? So here's me, right? I have 40 hours of scheduled time every single week. Okay, Nelly has basically within the Sonic session. Nelly's working in the Andromeda, probably 10 hours a week, and then with the Pacific, it's another 10 hours a week, right? So Nelly is working 20 hours of scheduled time per week, right? So the people who are putting in the most work and time, like this whole idea of attending scheduled work sessions is not even an issue. It's just like the scheduled work sessions are what empowers you to be actively engaged and involved. You know what I mean? So the idea that there's even an issue with people attending and being part of scheduled active sessions is very, very odd to begin with. But either way, like people, let's say at the global level, they don't they're I'm asleep when they're awake, right? So on the global level, it makes sense that they might not make very many of them. So it can go a long way. So if you're coming to at least some actively scheduled sessions, we can start empowering people, especially on the global level, to get more independent faster. But for the Americas, it shouldn't even be an issue at all. Like you should be able to be perfectly fine without even independence because we're just all collaborating together during scheduled work times.
We do pretty good.
Yeah, we do very good right around here. Specific.
Anybody wants to go read the notes on Skype from last night?
Yeah.
On Sonic.
So I guess the proposal, going back to the proposal, I think this is everything. Let me make sure it's everything. Was there anything else? Nope. That's all of it. So the proposal is basically that you have these graduate levels of independence. And I guess the other part is that everyone would start at level 3. And then we would quickly take people to level 4 and level 5 who have met those levels. People like me and Nelly and Steve and other people who are obviously very active, and then other people who we would go through. We would show exactly what needs to be done to get to that. But it should be very, very easy. Whereas like the Sonic team, it might be a little harder. you know, to get them engaged. But even the Sonic team, it's like they can work easily 10 hours or 10 hours a week during the the Sonic session. So they have a minimum of 10 hours there, and then they can do more on top of that, including adding more weekly sessions. So that's the proposal. You know, I vote yes. If you people have questions about the proposal, and then I think we're ready to check out, we're done.
Yeah, I think it's logical and obvious. Yes, of course. I vote yes.
Jorge, Steve, Nelly?
Yeah, I would vote yes too.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Yeah, definitely yes.
Okay, cool. So awesome. We have a consensus on this one. That's exciting. And we will slowly be doing that. And I will definitely be letting the Sonic team know that the Sonic team is going to be changing a lot. You know, we're going to get them like in check. It's like ridiculous. Okay, so this makes me very, very happy. I thought this was a good session. I'm excited about these new tools to start, you know, coordinating things, which is going to be awesome. And I feel like we got on the same page on a lot of things, and I'm actually really excited about the Pacific session today with Nelly, if you're still available, and anyone else who wants to join us, and then we can bust out all the payroll and just keep everything moving forward.
I might pop in.
Cool.
I might be around too.
Nice.
Just one thing, just for the session. For those who are letting everybody know, I won't be around on Saturday. It's the annual Mermaid Day parade in Coney Island. I've gone for the parade every year. Even though I was homeless for the last 20 years. So I will be in parade.
Great.
So I won't be there Saturday.
Thank you for coming today, Steve. It has been a pleasure. Who wants to check out? Nelly? Jorge? Ana Clara?
Sure. I think this meeting was good. I think there's a lot of changes that we need to do in order to have a better community where everyone gives something more. So I think this meeting was good. I think we are improving, and I feel I'm excited to go back for Pacific session. So check.
Ana Clara?
Yeah, okay. Well, I liked this meeting. I like this new set of, I don't know if they are rules, but agreements maybe. Because for me, these are really important because I have like a very tight schedule with you guys. Like, I need to the schedule like be accomplished because I cannot stay later. So I need to do the very little hours I took that are like between 10 and 15. I really need to accomplish them and work them. So I'm really hopeful this will work. Also, I am really happy with my body team. I think since we approved like last week budget, the monthly budget, and we work with Nelly and Jorge, and we set up as a permanent body team. I'm really happy. And I'm actually really anxious to work more, like maybe earlier. For me, that will be awesome. So I'm really happy with them. And I'm looking forward to accomplish this and also to make the Sony work team. Because in a way, they are stealing from us. And I don't think that's fair. So that's it. I'm now going to think about dinner, and that's it for me today. Check.
Jorge?
All right, as Ana Clara said, yeah, I'm happy with the new set of rules, and I think we need to work on those and getting to know them even more since we are working on them. That'll be for me. I'm just thinking a lot about this, and yeah, thank you so much for the meeting today.
All right, I think we're done. I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna start working on the ballet tracking session, ballet tracking day.
Great. Oh yeah, value tracking. All right. So,
Okay, so guys, I have to go. I will talk to you tomorrow and see you according to schedule, okay?
Mhm.
Okay, great.
ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, okay. So now it says me, Nelly, and Jay.
Let me help you with the value tracking. Give me just 1 second. I will be there.
I just did it. Does that mean that you, me, and Nelly start to have level 3 and move up to level 6 really quickly, Jay?
I think part of it is that everybody's basically level 3 until we get our shit together. You know, it's like, you know, if the
Wait, you can't do any work on your own. That's it. No more work on your own, Jay.
exactly. But I already have 40 hours during scheduled times. If I never worked on my own, then I would actually be more healthy and take care of myself better.
My problem is that I have a lot of questions with the things that I need to do. I have a lot of hours that aren't in my schedule on it. You know.
Yeah. Anyways, it's like the reason.
I have plenty of my schedule time.
Yeah, I mean the reason for the rules is not that anyone can't, you know, do work. I mean, obviously, if you're doing work, you are required to document it because that's number one, right? So no one's allowed to work and not document the hours, but it's just like it gives us a tool to be able to deal with problems, you know.
Sometimes you can't just do things in the schedule of hours.
Yeah.
You know,
of course.
Especially when they have to get done right away, and you know, so it don't work. But
exactement.
Actually, I wasn't late today. I was on time. Just that I couldn't talk.
I know, but that would be considered not being present on the voice. You could write that you were present on text only or whatever, but it's just like, I mean, if we don't count that as late, then that would mean that all of the people on the Sonic team can get full time and full credits for audio and everything, even though they just don't even try to get.
Okay, all right.
So it's actually your responsibility. It's actually it's actually each individual's responsibility to come early and actually make sure that your voice and everything's working before the meeting starts, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So people can't just be like, oh, I spent a half an hour trying to get my audio to work and it didn't work and like I'm still on time. You know, it's like,
okay.
You know, you basically the meeting got postponed a half an hour and you want to say, you know, so it's like the person's responsibility to make sure their audio is working correctly.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, it's not a big deal. It's just like 1 point. It's not a big deal.
More than 80%, but it'll be 100% in about half an hour.
You're working on the schedule. Remember, the schedule is very different than the calendar.
Oh, Jake, do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there is a problem. Who is the owner of the document? Because I cannot edit.
Which document? The notes?
The session, the document for today.
Which document?
Main Andromeda session, the document for today.
Oh, just try refresh. Just refresh, yeah.
Refresh it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, because I was trying to help forehead it. Okay.
All right. Steve, you have ownership of the master contact list. Can you please, I want to add some of my phone number and stuff. Can you please? Sorry. You have ownership, according to Nelly, of the contact list. Can you please make it anybody can edit it so I can add my phone number and Skype and things? It won't let me in. I've requested permission twice, but nobody's done anything.
Here, I'll take a list. This for the Andromeda team. So if I go to Super Andromeda team and I go to the contact list. Let's see here. Contact list. So this will be the Andromeda team public contact list.
I think it's the only one we have, isn't it? Yeah, this one.
It says that anyone with the link can edit.
So maybe somebody changed it. Okay, the other day I couldn't do anything to it. All right. Thank you, whoever fixed it.
All right.
It was asking me to ask for permission before.
Huh.
I put in my phone number and stuff. Okay, but I was going to ask you to do me a favor. Can you send me a link at some point to the, and Nelly showed me where I was yesterday, and I just can't seem to remember where she showed me, to the Unity Network main page so I can click on the calendar, the global calendar, so I can link it to my calendar.
You're gonna have to say that again. I'm lost. What?
Can you send me a link? Either the global calendar so I can link it to my calendar, or to the Unity Network main page so I can click on the calendar and do it.
So you just want me to Skype you the link to the calendar?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know I have it somewhere. I just don't know where it is off the top of my head.
Yeah, and our website's unitynet.info. And I'm gonna send
Thank you that one.
I'm gonna send you the link to the Americas calendar.
Right. We know I have it, but I have so many Unity Net docs to try to go through all my docs to find it. With the pain in the neck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The topic.
I heard my phone bleep. I guess I got it. Thank you. I just want to link it to my calendar so I know I have everything on there. And
training sessions.
I'm going to take a little break, get something to eat.
Okay.
And I'll wait join you guys for the Pacific.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, I'll talk to you all later.
Ciao.
Okay, hey, how does value tracking? Nelly, are you checking value tracking? How does it look?
Yeah. It looks good. Everything is okay. And don't worry about the sum because it's going to be done later. So don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm entering the details on the session value tracking input spreadsheet.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
I'm gonna add myself with a little training, maybe like hour of training.
Ah, yes.
Okay, then, Jay, we will be meeting in 1 hour.
Yeah, like 45 minutes, an hour. Yeah.
45 minutes. Okay.
Cool. Thanks, Nelly.
Hmm?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hey.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I just finished the budget day.
Awesome. Good
Okay.
stuff. All right, wait. So let me mark that down. So this would be. So you just completed the session credit value tracking logging.
Yeah.
Cool. So that can go yes. And now we are at 20%.
Okay.
Of the documentation tasks are done. Lots more documentation tasks. At least it's not 0 anymore.
All right. I'm closing down now.
Yeah, we're done. All right. Thank you so
See
much.
you tomorrow. Bye bye. Thank you, Jay.
Ciao. Bye. Good job. Perfect. What's going on? Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Nelly.
Do we have a doc for today, or do we have to create one?
We need to create one.
Hmm?
We need to create one.
Okay, I'm going.
I don't know. I just got in. I'm not really. I'm not really here. I'm just here. Nobody team.
Okay, I'm going to create one. Give me just 1 second. I'm on it. Today is June 15. Okay. Okay, give me just 1 second, okay? Okay, this is going to be for Americas. Okay, I'm going to send the document through Hangouts, okay? There you go.
By the way, when you did the calendar yesterday, did you just do Americas or did you do everybody?
I just did Americas.
I know, I did the rest of them.
Yeah.
I did the rest of them.
Dude, I swear Steve was working on it like all night. Steve was like working on it all night, I swear.
But I thought she did all of them, not just the Americas. Then I went back and looked, and she had just done the Americas. So I turned around and I had to do the rest of them. I did 3 days, she did 3 days, but then I had to go back and do the rest of the teams for the other 3 days.
So
Not a big deal.
about the new calendar, we have.
Can we get it really clear? It's really important that there's the Google Calendar, which is the actual calendar. It's on the website. We have tons of responsibilities related to the calendar, and this is a schedule. So when we call it a calendar, it's like we want to refer to the calendar as the calendar and the schedule as the schedule.
Okay, we have doubts about the schedule. It's about some body teams created hours before, like at 11 or at 10.
He knows.
Okay.
He was working on it last night. He still didn't fix it, but he was working on it last night.
Okay.
I was up until about 1 a.m. doing it, But come on, Jay. I got to listen to watch a good comedy show on Sonic.
Oh my God. So
I thought you were gonna really lose it. It's really easy to fix this. Y'all just get out of the goddamn hangout.
So I do agree with you that the Eurafrica session and the Pacific session are the same color, and we want to fix that. So the Pacific session, or we need to change either the Africa session or the Pacific session.
Change the Eurafrica because there's nothing in there,
So what color should we have Eurafrica? Let's see. I'm on Sunday right now. Maybe we could do it like...
I'm going to Sunday.
The darker red color? We could do it this darker red color. I don't think that's anywhere.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, that works. That'll work.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
Can you share your screen, Jay, please?
Maybe. Let's see here.
He was just changing the color of Eurafrica and Pacific with the same color. And I made the mistake of putting something for Pacific in Eurafrica. Then I realized it, afterwards. I realized it today.
Cool. So we did it. So yeah, I'm going to be doing a couple major structural changes here. So things might disappear momentarily, but then they will come back.
Just don't lose them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this looks good. This looks good. This looks good.
I don't have the top of the. There it is.
Right, so that one's good.
Set it up for text strapping, Jay. Automatically.
What? Say again.
Strapping automatically, so that you can pass the screens.
I don't understand what.
When you change the structure, if you change the whole thing, make sure that the whole page is set for text wrapping. That way, when somebody's typing, it doesn't want to pass the box; it just goes underneath.
I don't understand. So I'm doing Tuesday now. So Tuesday's gonna go down for a minute, but then I'll put it back.
All right, I'm on Monday. Everything else is done. I'm on Monday now.
Sunday and Monday are totally structurally perfect. So those are done.
Yeah, the time's even right again. Okay, yeah. All right. The times are right. Might be wrong. That might be wrong.
I love our new schedule. It's so cool. Okay, Tuesday should be good. So now I'm gonna go and redo the structure for Wednesday, so it might disappear for a minute.
I said everything is done except for Monday and spot of Sunday and Monday. So you can do whatever you want on those right now.
Okay, well I'm doing Wednesday now.
I'm saying you can do whatever you want. That's fine.
So one of the things we can do with the new policy is with the
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, I just finished up Wednesday, so Wednesday is now good to go. So so we have 8 octant sessions, and so the first thing that has to happen before anyone can do anything within an octant weekly section, it would be to set up the weekly meeting. So for example, if people want to start being active in, you know, let's say the Austrasia session, it's like the first thing needs to happen is a weekly meeting needs to be set up in the Austrasia session to coordinate the Austrasia team, you know, and the same thing would be true with the Atlantic session. And so we already have the Oceania set up, the Pacific session, so that we should set up a weekly meeting within the Pacific session for the 3 of us and whoever else, like an Adrian, right? Or Andreen, right? So me and Andreen, Steve, and Nelly, the 4 of us should set up a weekly meeting within the Pacific session, which is like the main Pacific meeting, you know? So we should schedule that right now. We could add that as a priority for right now.
That could be because Andreen is not Fridays. She is just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. By the way, I have to put her on the Saturdays that she will be working on the Saturdays on the Pacific sessions.
Well, you don't need to add her for. Well, I guess you could add the after the follow up, but it's not really a buddy team session. She would be working as part of the community Saturdays.
Yeah, but she won't be working with us at 11 in the morning. She will be working with you in the afternoon, like at 5 p.m.
Yes, that's excellent.
Well, that's FQN. That's what is that? FQN?
In the Pacific session.
Yeah, that's great. That's just like basically it's like it's basically the follow up in the end of the community Saturday. So it's great. It's great timing. It's like perfect. I'm very excited about that.
I will add here Jay and Andreen as a buddy team.
So we need to schedule the Pacific The weekly main Pacific session.
That could be on
Monday.
Tuesdays, on Wednesday, or Mondays. Yes.
Hour 1. I'm there right now.
And I think with the Pacific session could easily fit within an hour because there's so little to do, you know?
Yes.
I'm only making it for an hour. I got that. I'll put it on the schedule.
Yeah. So if people want to extend into the Atlantic session or into the Australia session, we just need to, like, the first thing that needs to happen is the weekly session, and that's kind of grounds it all, you know. And so the goal is to at least have one weekly session in each one, and then it can expand from there. Because you just get very different people who will be interested in the different.
You got to have a little more patience. You have to know I'm working away for me to get my mic turned off.
Yeah.
You have to get bang, 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 bang. That's how I'm working every day. From 3 in the afternoon to 8, 9 at night. You would assume I'm working. Okay, what can I do? I can work. I'll work.
Okay, now I'm redoing Thursday. So Thursday is about to go down, then I'll put it back up.
To look a little better. Oh yeah, to the chemo, that's a big one too. You gotta knock you on the ass. What's to Zoom? Just out of curiosity.
It's just a conference call channel.
Oh, okay. I know.
All right, Thursday should be good. Now we have Friday. So we should get our priority set up for our session because we're already half an hour in.
We're always going to do things that need to be done.
Yes. Especially this buddy team schedule.
Unlike other buddy teams, the 3 of us can kind of go over and do what we need to do. You know, done.
Yeah.
We don't need a lot of hand-holding. Sometimes we don't. Don't get me wrong, I need a lot of hand-holding. Anna Clara was great yesterday. I appreciate that, Nelly, Anna Clara. And for some of that stuff, I need my hand held, but yeah, you want to make a copy of that Skype from last night, Jay? I listed as how not to have a session.
Oh man, it was too much, man. It was too much.
kept going back, and I kept wanting to say something. I was like, well, Jay's there. I don't want to step on his toes, you know. And I'm not part of that group, and maybe I shouldn't say anything. Then I said to myself, I've been here way too long before them. If they don't say, then all of a sudden you said, maybe it'll solve the problem if you just get out of hangouts and stop talking, texting each other, talk to each other. I was like, thank you, Jay. Saved me the trouble.
Yes, yes, indeed. It's amazing what just like talking can do, you know? And you see the same thing on social media. Social media, the fact that it's all just typing and it's all not in real time, it's all in like asynchronous time, it just creates havoc.
I mean, a lot of people are video chatting more than they're actually typing now.
That's
even
good.
in groups. Still, yeah, it's true.
Okay, so Friday should be done. Let me know if anything looks wrong for Fridays.
In a second, I'm just. What am I copying a link? I got a link I want to put in this. What link do you want me to copy? He says me copy a link to this cell. I'm like, what link?
All right, I'm on the last day, just Saturday. Hey, Nelly, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
What you up to?
Well, I'm checking if the new weekly information matches with the old information that we have.
Double checking and triple checking. That's one of our
Double
mottos.
check me. Thank
Good
you.
work. Thank
Double
you.
check me.
I'm double checking that.
Nice. That's excellent. All right. So
And
it looks
double
like
check me. I have no problem with that. Everything's done by Monday because the calendar is giving me, my computer or something is giving me a hard time. That's better. There we go. Now it wasn't letting me copy and paste. But the doctor's Jay's been so busy on it.
All right. Okay, it should be done now. The new
I'm gonna finish my part, but
the new schedule is officially
good.
done.
And it is more versatile than the old way.
Yes, it's extremely flexible.
what are the priorities for this?
Okay, so I think a good day could be Monday, because we will be fresh and rested.
Okay, I will put it in for Monday, first hour.
Yes. And for Andromeda, everything seems to be okay.
You mean the America session?
Yeah, for the Andromeda, yeah.
Copied and pasted everything, so it's, you know, I didn't change anything.
Yeah, but there was information from before, so that's what I wanted to check again. One. See, for example, there is here one in Monday. There is a Steve, Monday, James, and Jay that there is.
I'm doing Monday, so I'll tell you.
Yeah, but you're doing the one for Pacific, right?
No, I'm doing everything for Monday now. Monday isn't done at all. All of Monday now.
This is going to be at 1.
What are you showing me on Monday? I'm on the old one. What are you looking at?
The old one.
No, it's okay.
Aren't we going to the new one? Oh, and we need to replace the links for all the old links. We need to replace it to the new link now.
Yeah, okay. That's a priority, maybe. But she's saying there's a problem on the old one. It is, so I don't copy it over to the new one on Monday.
What's wrong with Monday?
Like she said there was a problem with it.
No.
With the old one, she doesn't want me to copy it over.
No, I'm updating it. Don't worry about that.
Because I'm going to do.
So the main thing that we're getting rid of is we're getting rid of anything on a session that's by itself.
What do you mean?
Like if it's just by itself, it's we get like the Atlantic session is only on Saturdays right now.
Okay. And you have there were a couple of sessions on Zoom that have no responsibilities attached to them. I left them yellow with question marks. So you can decide what you want to do with them.
What is that again? What has question marks?
There were a couple of hours that people are scheduled for, but there were no tasks or responsibilities scheduled for.
Yeah, that's a problem. So, we need to fix that.
Just so you know which ones they are, they're yellow with question marks.
Yeah.
Okay,
Add them.
Monday is now okay, so I'm going for Tuesday. Ana Clara and J1, this is okay. Jorge Ana Clara. Monthly.
All of a sudden, my computer's giving me a hard time.
Email is Steve. Counting. Jorge and Steve. Value tracking. Work coordination. Okay, I'm going to Tuesdays. At 1.
So the idea of under worker coordination, the concept of buddy team responsibility assignments, like that particular thing. I mean, we're so off. It's not even. I mean, we're just not even 15%. I would say. It's a lot to be done there.
It depends on the buddy team. It depends depends on. Some of it's going to be good, but you're right, and some of it's going to be really bad.
Okay, Thursdays.
I would say it's about 15%. I mean, it's just like we need to go through and make sure like the overall priorities are in there. That's just the beginning.
Jay, Anna Clara, and Steve.
I like the idea of I'll be honest with you, I like the idea, and I was thinking of it myself, because we had talked about it, putting all the weekly on one form with all linked along the bottom, and the. Oh, you did Monday for me? Oh, you did Monday for me? Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
And I'm already on. I'm already on Friday, so don't worry about that.
Well, Friday should be done.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. Don't worry about that.
No, I didn't do Monday. I got too tired last night. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was talking to my fiance afterwards today, and I fell asleep while I was talking to her.
It happens.
He's yelling into Messenger, "Wake up, honey!" I love you, honey. I'm going to sleep. Good night. She called me this morning laughing. She goes, "You go out of it." I said I was dead. They're doing just a couple of long days. God bless. So a couple of long days with getting the quarter one block done and getting the done and getting all the other stuff. I stayed up late a couple of days working. I gotta finish documenting my hours too. I want to get paid.
Nice.
That would be a good thing.
We should be able to get you some.
It's not going to get me any extra cash because I worked so far over what you can pay me for cash. That is ridiculous. But I don't mind that, That's me. That's always been me as long as you know me. So I'm not worried about that. You get me some tokens, you get me some whatever. Give me some back pay down the road, whatever it is. Steve's main, which is in here.
Okay, everything seems okay for the America session in the new weekly. Double checking, triple checking.
Did you do Monday for the other sessions, or do I still have to do that?
Yes, I already did. Oh, for the other sessions, for Atlantic and Pacific. No, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
We got to put in our main Pacific meeting for the first hour. Make it bright green, and it's one of them weekly sessions. Monday.
I'm going to check the Atlantic right now. So, I'm sorry, the Pacific.
I think
so the Pacific we're going to have on Monday, the main weekly, just 1 hour, and then we can work in the body teams.
Yeah, then just body teams the other hour.
Yeah. So the second hour.
Main dock. Second hour is I don't know if there's a task assigned to it.
So I'm going to Tuesdays for the Pacific. Okay, going to Tuesdays.
Did you do the second hour on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Tuesdays.
I was going to request my doc and keep saying, reload, so much has been done to it.
Okay, that one looks good. That's correct. So going to Wednesdays or Pacific.
Don't put me on Friday, because I go to Temple Friday night. Okay, Steve, work reporting, Doc.
Okay, going to Thursdays. Okay, that looks good. Again, Fridays. Okay. So double check Andromeda's, double check Pacific. Let's go for Oceania.
What links go to this doc that we have to figure out? Let's link to the weekly buddy team schedule. It's even a big cash. That is okay. Nobody wants to answer that question?
What's the dealio?
I said, what docs are linked to the weekly buddy team schedule? Do we know?
All of the super team docs. So this would go to, it would be
All the super.
like anywhere where the old buddy schedule is linked, we would want to link it to the new one. So that would include like the Sonic team doc, the Andromeda doc, Full team doc,
The Atlantic doc. Okay.
yeah.
The America's main doc. The main
yeah.
doc.
Yeah, that would be good too. Like the network main docs, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of places that
All right.
should be correctly linked. And then also,
So we get the
another thing that we do, like I don't know if you can see my screen or not, but like on,
I have it on that I can see it.
you can see my screen.
Yeah.
So on the old schedule, you can like put something like this. This is now old. Go to this link. Yeah, and then you can link it there. And then what we do typically do is we would make that bright yellow, so like that, so you can see it.
Yeah, great idea. Good.
So if you can add this to the old schedule, that'd be great.
I have the old schedule, and so I'm just going to go to the new schedule and copy the link, copy a link, and go to the old schedule and do that. Okay, I can do that.
Yes. Yes.
That.
Yeah, so we always link all our old docs to our new docs. In case you accidentally,
Yeah,
in case there's a link that goes to the old one somewhere.
It's interesting though, you put that on the old doc and it's not on my copy of the old doc. I guess I have to refresh mine, okay. Refresh. Oh, there it is, I got it, okay. Let me ask you a question. Oh, forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Dumb question. Get shareable link.
So, just so you guys know, I was gonna leave a little early today because my mom wanted to go shopping with some groceries. So we don't have too much longer, so we should definitely prioritize the things that we want to make sure we get done.
We need to get done the payroll for Ana Clara.
Okay, so let's do that now, and then also I have a task list I want to go show you guys.
Open. All right, the link works. I checked it, it's fine. You're entitled, Jay. I think you put enough hours in.
Yeah. Just a fool.
Me and Nelly can sit down and commiserate how we're both trying to quit smoking.
It's really hard, dude. James smokes all the time too. It's just, what are you gonna do, man? You know.
It's hard because I'm dieting so hard, also.
Yeah.
What I meant to tell you, it's So last night while we were all chatting on Skype, Ben Miller is on. And that Ben Miller is available, right? So I said to him, "Hi Ben, how you doing? Long time no hear." Back from him.
What happened? What?
I was on Skype. It popped up on the contact said, it shows who's active.
Yeah, and it was Ben, and then what? And you said, what did you say back again?
Nothing back.
Nothing back?
Word.
Yeah.
Say, hi Ben, how you doing? I haven't spoken to you in a while. Hope everything's all right. Would love to hear from you. And if you want it back, just come and get it.
Jay, I think something that we need to get as priority, I don't know how to do it. We need to get a little bit more, I don't know. I don't even know if it's possible to get a little bit more compromise from the team, from everyone. I don't know if that's possible.
A little more what?
What do you mean?
Compromise? Involvement?
Oh, involvement. To get more people engaged and involved.
Yes, to really actually get involved to do the job.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two parts there. I think one.
That's what he was talking about today.
To be here working, yeah, like what we talk about today. I think that's very important.
It is very important, and so there's also another component of that.
To get people aboard, I think we are. I don't know how to do that. To create that.
You can't make somebody have commitment.
Yeah, to have commitment from the people.
You can't make somebody have a commitment though. They have to want to do it on their own.
Yeah.
We can facilitate it, make it easy for them, and we do that. Jay's always who wants to help? Who wants to help? But and for task stuff, he's the first one that he'll do video indexing and this and that. But when it comes to the stuff like I need to get this done now, it's gonna be you, Nelly, me, you and me. That's gonna answer Jay. Put in the hours if we have to get it done and to make sure it's done when he needs it. And you can't make somebody feel like that.
Mm-hmm.
You can foster the environment where they might become like that, but you can't force someone to be like that.
Yeah, no, the key is that
you might as well be corporate America trying to force their values and ethics on everybody. And we don't want to be corporate America.
Yeah.
Right, Jay?
Yeah. And the key is that, there's going to be a lot of different people who are involved at different levels. So what we want to do is we want to make sure it's an enjoyable experience, in that it's publicly accountable, right? So there's actually a whole bunch of things that we can be doing. So one, that there's the team development, the team building, and the personnel support. So that's all in the worker coordination, right? So there's worker coordination. There's personnel support, right? All these things need to happen, right? But then in addition to that, at a certain point, it's like we just have to recruit new people who want to be involved more. It's just like we have to do that. So there's recruitment and investor relations, and then there's also outreach, because outreach we can get basically people just working for equity, and tokens.
Maybe we need to get the social media campaign started to get some new people to volunteer, get some volunteers in, Jay.
Definitely. Well, we'll still give them equity, but yeah, maybe.
Right, we'll give them equity, but not cash. Because we can't, right now, look, the only way to bring people in is to cut our salaries. And my salary is about as low as I can deal with as it is.
But the way that works, and the way that we organize, is that we're publicly accountable, right? So the only reason that you get a guaranteed salary is because you work hard and people support you, and that rises you up to the level where we are paying each other and that we bring in money, right? So those three things have to happen. If those three things don't happen, none of us deserve to get paid. And we should be held publicly accountable, and the public should bring other people in to replace us and get new people. So basically, it's we have to always be doing outreach. Every time we bring in a new person that's quote a volunteer, right? And getting paid equity, they can just propose at any time they want to get paid. There is nothing stopping anyone from proposing to get paid within the budget. It's just we can only fit a certain amount of people. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And their involvement, if they know that if they propose a certain amount of money that's not going to fit, then they can't be involved. So people who are basically just working for equity, they have to be very careful about changing their involvement level to pay, because then they would be able to be involved.
So I went back on Skype and looked at their budget proposals, and I'm like,
Whose budget proposals? The Sonic team?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sonic team wants lots of money for not doing, like, we could get rid of everybody. It would just be me and Nelly and Steve, and we could do like more than half of the work that needs to get done with just the three of us.
Yeah, we could.
But
I'd
the
make a lot of
problem
money
with
and
that,
more money, but
yeah, the problem with that is that we wouldn't get all of the work done, which is a problem. And then secondly, we have to be publicly accountable and the other aspects to it. So, we can't just take all the money for ourselves, but, there is definitely justification for, and the other thing is that we really just need to be pushing the bonus structure, like to have the bonuses. And if we're doing the output and we're doing the work, then we should get paid for the work. And we also have that for everybody else. Like, with the bonus structure, you don't actually have to be a hired personnel. We can just pay people for accomplishing the work, Yeah. As opposed to hiring them per hour. They just get a bonus for completing something. All right, so let's I just want to show you guys this all these tasks that I have and responsibilities. It's just like a lot of stuff going on. And make sure that that's in here. Like, oops. Oh no. What's going on? That.
we got to write Buddy King, Jay, and Nelly, and Steve comes to visit.
Yeah, and we don't want to gloat too much. I mean, we're getting a lot more done than everybody else, but it's like there's still way more to get done that we're not getting done.
You were doing the gloating. You were doing the gloating for us today.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Whether you realized it or not, you were singing my Nelly praises pretty loud today.
Sure. But I just want to remind, like, we're doing more than half of the work between the three of us within the current team, but that doing more than half the work is still doing less than 20% of what needs to be getting done.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay? And I'll put in hours left and right, but I can't do it all myself. You can't do it all yourself. Nelly can't do it all herself.
Exactly.
The three of us can do 80-hour weeks, so we're not going to be able to do it all. Yeah. So that's just that.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, so let's get Anaclata paid. So let me pull up Coinbase and Western Union.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a payroll. This was supposed to be a payroll section, so do some payroll.
Yeah. So it would be good on the payroll to find out who has not been paid yet.
It went down a little bit.
How much?
It went down a little bit.
Yeah, no, Bitcoin has been going down a little bit. I think it's still around 2,500. Yeah, 2,400.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, but as Bitcoin goes down, we will have less. But if you look at Ethereum value, let's see where that is. That's went down a little.
I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about Ethereum.
Yeah, but we have a lot of money in Ethereum too. As the value goes down, we end up having less money. So we just have to realize that eventually we're gonna, hedge it and have a more diversified portfolio. But overall, it's like if Bitcoin crashes and we lose all our money, it's just like we're screwed anyways. You know, it's like, what's the point? Okay, so right now within our shift card, we've got $132. That is not enough money. How much are we paying Ana Clara? Oh no, and our Rico wallet only has 526, so we need to load that up some more too.
Okay, that's what pays you, right? So pays me too.
No. There's two Rico wallets. So there's the Rico Legal, and then there's the Rico Pro Ops. So the Pro Ops wallet is the $3,000 budget that doesn't pay us.
Okay.
We get paid from the legal wallet. Either way, they're kind of mixed. You know, it's not a big deal. All right.
Yeah.
So, but we try to keep track a little bit so that it's, you know, we're clear.
United, okay. Did anybody check into MoneyGram?
I don't think so.
I've done MoneyGram before. Oh, what's going on? All right, hold on. Oh my God, I'm still broadcasting? That's so funny.